Hey, good morning, guys. Hope everyone is doing well this morning. Markets are setting up here for another little gap up on software, a few individual smaller cap names in quantum, nuclear. So we're seeing a continuation bid in some of the stronger sectors and stocks that were ripping yesterday. What we are seeing is still some distribution in your semiconductors. Obviously, yesterday semis took a big dump and then an even bigger pump. So right now, as semis start to see some more material weakness, you can clearly see that capital is rotating into higher beta assets. Names like Rigetti, IONQ, SOFI, SMR, Oklo, all of those. And then you got your LiDAR stocks that are starting to catch bids. So all of those higher beta names are liking the fact that semis are seeing a little bit of selling. But let's be clear, guys. Yesterday, 11 days up in a row. Pretty crazy, right? So at some point, we're going to get a nice down candle on SOXX and it's going to stay down. Chances are, could be today. Microsoft continues to just rip to the upside, now at 417. Nobody wanted it sub 400. That was your easy buy. Looking at SoFi, guys, I was wanting to stay true to the trade and stick it out till that S&P rebalance, but man, oh man, it's up huge again today. So I'm gonna look to take my profits on my $17 calls. Those are printing deep in the money. And I still like the thesis around the S&P inclusion, but it's just going too quickly, too fast. So I'm going to look to close these out at the open, all right? All of my SoFi calls. So don't wait for the alert. I mean, if you want to hold them by all means, but I'm gonna close them out. We do have Micron seeing a little bit of weakness here, down a few dollars in the pre-market. Nvidia, leave a runner. Well, I want to get back in the trade. Polly's saying leave a runner on SoFi. Um, if this gap closes, I mean, now you have one, two, three big downside gaps. Getting somewhat exhausted here. Um, I feel like we're gonna get a little bit of a pullback, and I would re-enter. I wouldn't mind re-entering back at 19 bucks, give or take. You know, or to ideally to fill this gap again. Good morning, Germ. Good morning. Good morning. So, I mean, if you want to leave a runner, that's up to you. For me, I mean, it's going to be a trade that pays huge, so I'm just going to take my profits and run reassess. But if you want to leave a runner, I don't blame you. It's still a strong chart. The inverse head and shoulders still technically has upside to about $20.61. Yeah, I wish I left some of my Microsoft runners too. But that's just the nature of the beast, right? You can't bottom ticket exactly and top ticket exactly, but powerhouse for sure. That's the power of it. I'm still expecting some other software names to play catch up. Remember, Microsoft bottomed before the rest of IGV. So that's a little bit of an interesting phenomenon, right? During this sell-off here, Microsoft held its lows, whereas if we go to the IGV chart, daily chart, IGV ended up going even lower. So what that's telling me is that at some point Microsoft may stall a little bit, but then I think other names are going to play catch up. Names like CRM, names like ServiceNow, Palantir, that's a little bit mixed. AppLovin still looks pretty good. I mean, AppLovin here, guys, I hate this stock, but man, this W formation, if it starts to break out of that, that's super strong. Today we do have Netflix earnings after the hours. I find it hard to believe that they're not going to beat. I mean, the fact that they're probably going to re-announce um, their dividend, maybe. I don't know. I feel like they're going to crush their earnings, Netflix, especially once they talk about terminating that deal and then getting that one-off payment from Paramount. So honestly, some upside calls. This bull flag pattern gives us upside to at least like 116, but I'm eyeing up that previous 126. Yeah, maybe I'll swing some lottos. I haven't quite decided. We'll see where price action settles out to today. What else? I am looking at fading SMR today, guys, off of this one does have a very volatile trading range. It's into the 50-day moving average off a gap up. Usually that does provide some overhead resistance. The only thing we got to be concerned about is it went all the way up to about 1320-ish, give or take. But I am looking at fading this gap up on SMR. Crude oil was looking interesting in the pre-market. It's trying to break out and firm up here. So I might look for an entry on some of these XLE stocks. They have actually been battered and bruised quite a bit. And they've had a straight shot down, and usually you can buy the first pullback from the all-time highs. So that's what I'm looking at right now on XLE for maybe a little bit of an uptick there. We'll see. All right, 2 minutes till the open, guys. Markets are strong. Another gap up on your S&P 500. We have a pretty big wide range on pre-market high and low. So already you know there's going to be probably some crazy volatile action today. Again, prior all-time high needs to be monitored. Bulls are looking for a weekly close above that prior all-time high on SPY. All right, let's keep these semis open here. Big push back up. Microsoft at 420. Crazy mover. Crazy mover for sure. Crude oil softening up yet again. On SOFI here. So I got out at 410, just off the open. 168 to 410. Oh, SMR got slapped right off the open, guys. I repeat, SMR did dip pretty hard right off that 50-day like we discussed. I didn't get an entry. That was too quick. Way too quick for anything. Your semis are still coming in a little bit here. But banked a ton of profit there on SoFi, guys. I did close all my call options at the highs. $4.10 I got out from $1.68 to 410, guys. It's a beautiful gain. So I was just under 145%, 144% gain there on SoFi, guys. 144% gain. I like it. Are you still seeing the markets? SMR is pushing right back up, actually. Let's look at URA real quick. Yeah, uranium's still super duper strong, so SMR is going to retest those highs potentially. I'd love to get a fade. I want to see it press back to that 1270. That would be ideal. If it could make a move back up there, I'd short it. We'll keep an alert there. Let's look at those semis. Semis are still coming in, guys. So remember, they're still the heaviest weighting in the market. And if they are coming in sharply like NVIDIA is right now, NVIDIA's potentially got a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern on the 15. See what happens here. NVIDIA melting, guys. Whew. Absolutely melting. XLE's looking pretty good, guys. XLE's moving this morning. Yeah. Wow, they're pumping energy early. XOM still has potentially a little bit. So semiconductors are weak. The runners that have been running, Microns, Western Digital, Nvidia, all seeing sell side pressure. CRM having a great day. I like it. IONQ just went negative, so Quantum is seeing a little bit of distribution, guys. SMR still pumping, Microsoft still holding, but Apple's negative, Google's negative, Amazon's negative, Meta, Tesla, all negative. So they're selling these mags, guys. Puts, downside puts might start to pay here. Oof, SMR got smoked. Wow. Microsoft now coming in. Yeah, they're hurting mags, guys. They are hurting these mags right now. What's our CRM doing? It's going to be hard for the markets to stay up here. Big push on CRM. Nice. Come on. Almost up 10% on our CRM trade. Microsoft still seeing some heavy sell side pressure. Big bounce on Nvidia though. That's semis are liking that. Interesting. Market's still holding steady here. Buy programs coming back into the picture. BABA and TME guys, the China trade, like we discussed, is working out phenomenally well. Wow, Rocket Lab's up 6.6. That's a mover today. Usually when Data Vault opens up a few percentage points in the morning, guys, it runs hard. DVLT might be a big runner today. It is trying to break out. I'm going to go long DVLT, guys, Data Vault, just for some shares, kind of a lotto. Let's just see what type of an entry I can get. But usually this one's a runner intraday. Decent chart pattern. Very decent. Man, I don't know about this DVLT. Pick up just 1,000 shares. Maybe it squeezes to the gaps. 2 upside gaps. Let's wait for this first opening 10-minute candles, but I'm looking at this DVLT. Usually it opens up, when it opens up strong, it just squeezes. I'm going to watch it on my other screen, guys. I'll watch it on my other screen. The Russell 2000's moving. Still got weakness in majority of your mags. They are coming in. Semiconductors are still holding steady. IWM just ripped to the highs. Interesting. So yeah, mega cap tech, guys, is certainly weak this morning. QQQ is underperforming this morning in a pretty big way. Bank of America has turned red. You got JP Morgan still strong. SPY puts, guys, QQQ puts look interesting again. Markets are starting to come in. Mega cap tech still selling. Semiconductors still look super weak right now. I wonder if this SOXX we can get a big dip down, guys. I might take a little bit of a lotto trade on semis. SOXX downside. Let's see if we can get into these puts. SPY's just ridiculous too. Maybe QQQ's the indice to short. Qs are almost rolling negative, guys. Qs, oil's trying to perk up. You are seeing some distribution signals, guys. QQQ trading at 637 right now. Let's see. Yeah, Qs are your weakest indice right now, guys. Nasty little 10-minute candle there on the NASDAQ Qs. Interesting. Markets are going to be running under some pressure, it looks like. Nvidia is still trying to hold steady. Crude oil, guys, trying to break out. WTI now up 1.66%, probably going to slap the markets down. Microsoft still holding steady. VIX is green. UVXY up 0.74%. Still got some strength across some individual names, but mega cap tech majority is red. Netflix turned red. Iron's turned red. Some staples are seeing some sell side pressure here. Software is still relatively strong across the board. Bank stocks are mixed. Nice day for Nike, Lulu. Consumer discretionary aspects are holding steady. Bitcoin just rolled over to the red side. S&P still holding steady. Google Meta back to the green. Tesla struggling this morning. Yeah, Nike right now. I'm already long Nike. I'm already long Nike. Swing trade. So this Nike one, guys, isn't going to be an easy trade. It's not going to go just straight up. It's probably going to get rejected at some point. What I'm looking for is probably a rejection. Once you get the 7 and 20 to kind of close the proximity, right now the moving averages are still pretty wide, so Nike still potentially has more upside before it gets slapped right back down. But at some point, Nike's going to get slapped down here. It's probably going to retest maybe the lows, maybe even sweep the lows. But it's probably going to have to build a base here. I'd be kind of shocked if it just moved straight up off of the lows. All right, we are seeing quantum stocks, guys, getting absolutely liquidated and faded, so they're coming in pretty sharply. Let's look at nuclear. We discussed nuclear getting faded here off of the highs, so that's coming in pretty sharply. This market's probably going to roll over. You are seeing some distribution signals across a lot of individual names, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the S&P go red. NASDAQ is almost red. You got all mags down except for Meta and Microsoft. So there's definitely some distribution hitting the tape for now. Crude oil still trying to pop, guys. Don't get caught with the pants down. They are selling a lot of names. Semis are just ruthless, man. Still ruthless. Nvidia is still trying to hold a bounce. Interesting. SPY still holding steady. What else do we have? IWM still trying to move higher. Microsoft still holding steady. All indices are still green. Apple getting slammed today. That's down 1.4. Google slightly flat. Meta's up 0.5%. Tesla getting hit pretty hard today, down 1.57%. Big semiconductor push. Man, that's wild. Going for its 12th green day in a row, guys. Can you believe that? Guys, I'm looking at taking some SOXX 397.50 puts. 397.50 puts on SOXX, guys. SOXX 397.50 puts. Did get filled at $3. 1 DT. 1 DT. For tomorrow. I got filled at $3, guys. $3. IWM getting rejected pretty sharply. Crude oil still making a move. Crude oil's at a big spot here, guys. There is a look at this intraday pattern on crude oil, guys. If it wants to trigger, you got a nice little rounding formation. This is almost on watch for a breakout right here, right now, guys. Crude oil is trying. SPY still holding steady. Come on down, Sammys. SPY still holding steady. Software still holding steady. China stocks, BABA still up 3%, guys. Man, if you still got your runners on BABA, you're getting paid. IGV still up 2%, Microsoft up 1.6, CRM up 2.2. Nvidia still struggling a little bit. Apple struggling. Western Digital back to the green side. Micron still fumbling around. IWM still seeing a little bit more selling. Big, big wick forming on the IWM hourly chart. Big wick. Man, let's see these nuclear names here, guys. Yeah, SMR just got slapped, man, right off of that zone. Interesting. All right, semis are still holding steady here. Crazy. Markets are still acting pretty resilient. Crude oil still waiting for that breakout. It's getting slightly rejected. Semis are still ruthless here. Let's look at the SMH. SMH still holding steady. Nvidia. Nvidia is getting a bit of a buy program. The S&P, guys, is still remarkably strong here. Just holding value. Crazy, eh? Absolutely wild. Semis are trying to push back higher here. A little bit of a doji candle to start the morning session. Still waiting on the semiconductor chart. It is an absolute monster up at these levels. Crazy. Microsoft still holding positive structure. IWM still trying to hold. Markets are still seeing dip buyers coming in full effect here. Wowzer. Crude oil is still trying to push up. It's up 1.83%. You do have the VIX still squeezing a little bit higher here, guys. UVXY, what's the actual VIX doing? Yeah, guys, look at the actual VIX. So there's downside price action being accumulated. This is a breakout on the VIX. The market's probably, as long as this holds, is going to get faded here. Tough to see the VIX breaking out here without the markets coming in. Very weird. There's definitely downside protection being accumulated right now. Remember, we are still super extended across these semis and tape intraday. What else we got going on? Apple still struggling down 1.6. Google's flat. Microsoft still pushing or holding most of its gains. Amazon struggling today. Tesla struggling today. Netflix struggling. Financials are still mixed. Bitcoin selling off down 0.5% now. The US dollar is flagging on the hourly chart, looking like it's setting up for potential breakout. It needs to get through its opening range high, which is around 98.20. 98.20, give or take. SPY still holding well over 700, guys. I still have it priced in that we should back to 690 at some point on SPY. That'll be a big level to see how we react and if we hold there. Again, don't sleep, guys. We're going to see a big sell one of these days. Semiconductors cannot be holding green 12 days in a row, 13 days in a row, 14 days in a row. I mean, we're getting crazy. We're getting crazy. Software is still holding steady. Yeah, smart. Smart. Microsoft coming in, CRM coming in. SLV has gone negative. What else we got? Nike still pushing, Axon pushing. IONQ down a couple percent, guys. Semis are still holding really well. Look at crude oil, guys. Crude oil is starting to rip here. Uh-oh. You know what that means. We haven't had a day. Crude's been weak for really this whole little rally that we've had, so you would favor crude to push the price action down. VIX is still trying to uptick a little bit. Semis are still ridiculously strong here. Crazy. Bank of America's rolled over. XLF is still green. What else we got? Microsoft's starting to get heavy here, guys. So look for the other aspects of IGV to come in. Yeah, Microsoft's almost given up its whole entire move. Amazon down 1% now. Tesla keeps drilling. That's nasty. Nasty. Semis are trying to bounce through Nvidia and Micron. Micron's trying to see a little bit of a bid off the lows. Same thing with Nvidia. They're trying to defend it off of the lows. SOXX still remains friggin' crazy strong. For the lows here, barely down on semis. Barely down. IWM still trying to hold steady. So crypto is definitely seeing some heavy selling, guys. All right, crude oil pushing even higher now, up 2.1%, guys. You're probably going to see the Dow react negatively. Transports, airlines, all of the miners, all of the sensitive stocks to energy price are probably going to get clapped this morning. Let's look at these jets. Yeah, jets might be a high probable short as well, guys. This one's going to get faded. If crude stays strong, jets are going to get smoked. Your Dow Jones transports. Wow, look at that Dow. That's wild stuff. UPS, let's see what that name is doing. That one's still pushing. That one's probably going to turn red. FedEx, that's still strong. That one's probably going to turn red. Would not surprise me to see a lot of these transport stocks, airlines, miners get faded. SPY's still holding remarkably well above 700. Semis are still holding. Software's coming in. Microsoft almost red. So again, SOFI is also starting to come in, guys. Good thing we closed at the highs there. Because this one I'd look to rebuy at some point. Right away. I mean, I could probably take back my cons and yeah, that's crazy. We'll let this market drop a little bit. SPY is about to go negative. Still waiting for these semis to roll over. Microsoft almost red. Heavy selling in your mags. Dixie pushing. Crude oil ripping, guys. VIX, new high a day. Looking very bearish. Looking very bearish. All right, SPY's rolling here. Beautiful. Give us the downside move. Send us to the basement. Let's go. Send us to the basement, baby. Fucking drop this tape, man. Drop it. Drop it hard. Drop it hard, man. Send it to the graveyard. Drop it down, baby. Drop it down. IWM rolled over. SPY negative. Qs negative. All indices are negative on the session. Take these semis should take out the low from yesterday. So that was 392.50. They should take those out. They really, really should. Come on, drop these markets hard. Drop them hard, baby. Drop them hard. Nvidia looking gnarly. Bitcoin now down 1.26% and getting drained here, guys. Getting drained. Come on, roll it heavy, baby. Roll it. They see me rolling. They hating. Iron now down 4.4%. SPY put 100%. Boom. 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 You know it. You know we're loaded short, guys. You know we're loaded short. Oh. Guys, our 700 puts that we swung yesterday on SPY are printing, baby. Another banger in the live trading room with members. Beautiful job, guys. We're getting paid today, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Send it to the basement, baby. Drop us even lower, man. IWM getting wrecked. Let's go. Keep selling it, man. Crude oil. Look at crude oil, guys. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That was literally what I put in the chat. I said, don't sleep on crude oil. It's trying to break out. Look at that move. Gnarly, man. Gnarly, gnarly price action, guys. Beautiful selling, guys. Here comes the big drop. Big drop. Let's get paid today. Let's get paid, baby. Go, go, go. IWM is getting wrecked. Carnage, 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 guys. Carnage, carnage, carnage. Look at this drop, guys. Look at the drop. This was one of the easiest shorts today. Crude ripping. Crude is ripping. Nvidia's about to break down through that 196 zone. Then we'll see these semis drop like a rock. Drop it like a rock, baby. Drop it. Boom. IONQ now down 5.5%. SMR getting clapped down 3.5%. IWM is getting rocked. Rocked down to dinner. CRM still holding strength. Dixie trying to push. Hope you got paid, guys. Still got more downside to go, in my opinion. Semis have barely given up the gains. IWM catching a bit of a bid here. SPY big bounce. Financials are still, XLF is still green. I still think that this should be a day where you're going to look at your watch list and pretty much everything's probably going to be red. Maybe not your energy stocks and crude oil, but it's going to be a day where I think they crush everything, guys. We've just gone up too far too quickly. The S&P can't rally 1% every day. It's impossible. Not enough money in the world to do that. But there's still a lot of pockets of strength, guys. I'll give the market that. SOFI almost giving up its entire move, baby. Get it to me cheaper. Get it to me cheaper, man. These quantum stocks are also looking a little bit heavy here. Let's look at SMR here. That gave up. Oof, SMR, guys. Anyone caught that short? You're laughing, man. Oklo hammer candles. Nasty hammer candles, guys. Bears are coming in. Bears are coming in. Semis are still holding. Man, this is what could take the market severely down. The semis have barely sold off. Barely sold off. SPY's barely down too. That candle looks big, guys, but in the grand scheme of things, we're still above our previous all-time highs on SPY. That candle's barely big. I mean, if this wants to sell, it could sell big, but they might chop it around here a little bit. Wouldn't surprise me. They don't want to pay out to people too quickly, but crude oil is ripping. Whoa. Nvidia is still trying to defend that 196 zone, which is a big level. If Nvidia loses 196, it'll have a $3 drop pretty quickly. Come on, drop the SPY chart downtown. Man, these fucking semis are crazy. How resilient can they be? Tesla's getting rocked still, Amazon getting rocked, Microsoft's still up a 0.5%, but coming in. Microsoft's probably going to go red today, and Apple's still struggling. Nvidia down 1, but holding the lows. IWM trying to hold. So right now you have SPY outperforming everything. IWM outperforming the Qs. Qs are your laggers today. And that's part and parcel. A lot of the mega cap tech has rolled over quite substantially. SOFI goes negative. SOFI goes negative. Oh my darling SOFI. It was just too quickly, too hard. I mean, if you're wanting to redeploy into SoFi here, it just filled the gap. I mean, I'm still going to wait, but basically we sold off the open. That's done a full round trip. You can re-enter and you're working your cost of capital in a pretty efficient way. But I'm still think that there's more downside in the tape. SoFi still has upside to about 2066, but it might want to backtest that 50-day. We'll see it. This fucking SOXX chart is ridiculous. What is holding it up right now? Let's look at AMD. Ah, AMD is a mother. Look how strong that is. Broadcom still holding steady. Taiwan Sammy. Oh, man, just getting liquidated here. Nvidia still holding. Let's see if ASML is getting. Yeah, ASML's got some follow through to the downside there, so that's struggling quite a bit. Micron, that's pushed right back up. So lots of mixed price action in this SOXX. But this is the next shoe to drop that'll force SPY to absolutely get hammered. Once semis start to give it up, and they should, they really should, guys. Getting sell signals on our 515 sell signal on the hourly chart of SOXX. Sell signals on your daily now. Interesting. Come on, drop it down, baby. Drop it down. It's a stubborn sector, though. So stubborn. All right, SPY still getting drained, baby. Drain it. SoFi now down 0.5%. And falling. Falling for you. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh man, still barely a move down in these semis. That's wild stuff, man. That is wild stuff. Let's look at some of these energy stocks. They just went kapow. Kaboom. Look at those XLEs, man. That's wild. Wow, man. That SMR just got wrecked. URA still holding. Some of these quantum names. Yeah, they're coming in. Tessie. Meta. Oops. Microsoft. Hmm. Microsoft is still coming in pretty heavy here, guys. You might get a bounce off of the gap fill or a pierce of the gap fill. So if you're wanting to take Microsoft long off the gap, it could work out. SPY's still somewhat heavy here. Gold and silver also rolling over. Silver's rolled over already. Gold almost negative. Semis are still fucking showing their strength. I can't believe it. They're trying to go green again. SOXX. Wild stuff. China names are still holding relative strength. Bitcoin still struggling immensely. BTC. Markets are still seeing a bit of a buy the dip. Microsoft bouncing. Still have crude oil trying to hold its breakout. All right, your DXY, US dollar getting rejected off of its pre-market high. Crude oil is still trying to clear that $90.20 level, up 2.57% WTI. USO's up 2.8, clearing 126. In terms of sector performance today, guys, we do have majority of sectors still green. XLE is your strongest. Then in second place, you got real estate and materials. XLB and XLRE are holding steady. Staples are seeing some rotation today. XLP is up nicely, 0.6%. Utilities are up nicely, so you're seeing some of those defensive sectors catching a bid. Healthcare is down, consumer discretionary is down, industrials are down, and XLK Tech is slightly green. Communications are up 0.58% as well. So it's a mixed bag, but definitely some rotation happening under the hood. Big market bounce here. Market's seeing a pretty aggressive dip buy right off of the open. IGB still up 0.75%, holding steady. SOFI back to the green side. Interesting. Baba still holding technical strength, guys. Anyone still in Baba? Man. That was a sniper entry, guys, at the low there, 118. That's crazy. Big runs. TME still trying to push a little bit. Wow, semis are green, guys. So that's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days of trying to eke out 12 consecutive days of upside. Can they do it? Will semis go green for 12 days in a row? That might be a new record. I'd have to double check on that. Crude oil is seeing a little bit of selling. So the markets are rejoicing right away. Just remember, orb traders are probably going to try to short this market right back down. It's been a while through this whole uptrend. We haven't really broken opening range low. and pre-market low simultaneously intraday. So watch for short traders to try to slap the $700 level down. We'll see if it works. Microsoft's still pushing. Still above prior all-time highs, so that's bullish price action. Semis are still green. Crazy. Meta trying to go back to the green side as well. What do we got for our high volume movers? Yeah, lots of quantum. Intel having a great day. What is this? WSHP up 318%. That's wild. Ooh, HIMS is having a good day, up 4.7. Hood's down, Tesla down, LES down, Oracle strong today. Open, SoundHound, Bird down 28%. Wow. Drones are under a little bit of pressure. How's Oracle doing? ORCL? Yeah, that's getting a little wicky. HIMS is having a nice session here. Still pulling back. Let's look at Robinhood. Robinhood coming in. Intel super duper strong. That's also a semiconductor that's holding steady. Yeah, that Intel, man, that's one fucking beast, man. Jeez, it's wild, man, how much confidence the White House gives you. No wonder semis are still so strong. Let's look at this bird chart. What the hell does bird do? All birds? I don't even know what this ticker does. Does anyone know what they do? What are they? Apparel and footwear? Shoes? Oh, the birds, yeah. For some reason, I was thinking about birds. Yeah, I know this the apparel brand. I was thinking of birds when I went to visit one of my friends in Calgary, Alberta. They got those little electric scooters that are called birds. I was thinking, I'm like, did that company IPO? All right, markets are bouncing and holding somewhat steady here, retesting pre-market low on SPY, still sandwiched at the highs on SOXX. You know what? Intel is probably the new barometer for SOXX. I mean, it's even stronger than Nvidia these days, Intel. So that's probably the barometer for your semis to watch. INTC, if that starts to sell, semis will probably break down. Crypto's still weak, guys. Fading those cryptos off of the next pop, probably not a bad idea. But crude oil is softening a touch here. Rocket Labs is still powering. AMD is still a powerhouse. Oracle's still a powerhouse. Dollar getting faded here a little bit. Bitcoin still down 1.25, but small bounce. Transport stocks are still mixed. MSTR getting slapped right back down. Cypher, Webull, SMCI all down sharply. Micron still green. All indices are still red. Qs are now outperforming. What's interesting is Qs were weak off the open. Now they've firmed up to take a little bit of leadership again. Your IWM is lagging pretty immensely. The Russell 2000, guys, remember, it led the market higher. It was outperforming the Qs and SPY at every single turn. Although it hasn't taken out its all-time high, it was leading the rally on a percentage basis every single day during this uptrend. And now the IWM is starting to lag a little bit. So potentially that is telling us that we're starting to liquidate some of those higher beta names. Regional banks looking pretty nasty. They're looking very, very toppy here. If the KRE breaks this little head and shoulders pattern, it's got quite a ways down to the neckline before it even triggers it. But watching that closely, let's look at biotechs. They're looking a little choppy, but still holding an uptrend. Big bounce in the tape here, guys. Semis are going back green. Wild stuff. SPY trying to push right back to that opening range low. Big bounce across the majority of stocks here. YS is saying Iran's planned Hormuz toll to be paid via Iranian banks. Didn't the US blow up all of their banks? I don't know. I thought they hit the banks to try to stop the soldiers for the IRGC from being paid, but who the heck knows? All right, so there's the back test of opening range low. Orb traders are shorting that area, guys. That is a shortable zone. Prior day high could be your stop loss, but that's a shortable level. We'll see if they hold it steady. Markets are still trying to bounce here. Semis are still green. Quite crazy. Intel still trying to flag on the 15-minute chart. AMD still holding steady. Big rejection there off opening range low. How low can you go? How low can you go? So the mags that are green, Microsoft, Google, and Meta. Meta and Google are just slightly green. QQQ flat to negative. Dow rolled over. Gold, silver still seeing a little bit of selling. USO potentially trying to consolidate and build a bull flag on the 10-minute chart. Still a little bit premature. Man, watching this car intraday, one of the craziest trading ranges. It's up, down, all around. Massive trading ranges on car. Quite wild. Quite wild. So we do have more stocks still advancing, guys, versus declining. Semis are still just holding steady. PIMCO buys all 400 million bonds sold by Blue Owl. How is the owl doing tonight or today? Blue Owl just got hit with news. PIMCO buying all of their bonds. It is coming in pretty sharply. That one's looking gnarly, guys. Ouch. How's JP Morgan doing today? So JP Morgan got slapped yesterday. Look at that fat candle off the open. I mean, it's wild, JP Morgan. Gnarly. Semis still got a little bit of top wick distribution. SPY getting rejected. Those orb traders are in control of price, guys. Opening range low and pre-market low rejection. This market's going to get cooked. That is a clean, classic technical rejection right off of that orb strategy. Opening range breakdown. Slapping price. Bear traders are going to come out of the woodworks here and try to push SPY back down to the low of day. And then some. And if we lose that prior all-time high, 697.84 on SPY, things could get really ugly really quickly. So that's the big level. I highly suggest you keep watch of that, guys. We lose prior day high, and it could be a failed breakout on the daily. That's what traders are going to sniff out. So bulls want to get a secondary close above, and predominantly they want to close this week above prior all-time high. But bears want to push it right back down. So big tug of war today. Big tug of war. Yep, natural gas inventories very soon, guys. That's right. I will tune up the natural gas. Natural gas right now is what, up 1.1. I'm actually looking for a fade on natural gas. I still think it goes lower. So my plan around natural gas off of inventories, I was looking at this last night for a bit of a short setup, and it's actually coming into that zone where right now it's pierced the 7 days. So what I'm observing here on natural gas is it's really struggled to hold above the 7 days since we had that big gap up when I think it was Iran or someone bombed one of the gas fields. Yeah, it was Iran, I think, bombing a Qatar gas field or something like that off of this pop here. That was your biggest move off of the war spike. And basically, natural gas has been struggling. It hasn't been able to close above the 7 day moving average in yellow here for 2 consecutive days. Every time it pops up, slap it back down. Pierce, slap it down, slap it down. So, if they give it a pop on inventories, this should become a little bit of a short trade. Nice drop on the S&P here, guys. They're going to retest those lows. And this is all happening while semis haven't even given it up. I mean, we're only down 0.18% on your SOXX. They're keeping SOXX strong. So I still think that once SOXX, I think we're going to retest this 392.50 low. Strong chance of that today, if not today, tomorrow. And that would really push your S&P 500 lower. Guys, our SPY 700 puts are paying us right now. I like to see that, but we got nothing but time on those. And I think we got, well, we don't have too much time, but I think we're going to have quite a bit more downside here. I would take a small trim on those SPY puts right off of prior all-time high. All right, so that's the next trim zone. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Come on down, SPY. These semis haven't even budged yet. IWM, new low of day, baby. Let's go. Send the Russell to the basement. Send those small cap dirty stocks to the basement. I guess it's truly remarkable. Semis are going to sell last. Semis are going to sell last today, guys. Wild stuff. Still a choppy tape. Trying to defend that 699. Man, these semis are fucked. They are relentless. Let's look at Nvidia here. Let's look at Intel here. This freaking stock is a beast, man. Let's look at Micron, MU. MU still trying to hold. AMD's just relentless. Nvidia's relentless. Wild stuff, man. IGV, that's come in full steam. Microsoft's still trying to hold some of its gains. IWM looking really nasty, although bouncing slightly. Crude oil, guys, making another push for potentially a high of day. WTI still looks ferocious. Look at that, man. That is a clean hourly chart breakout. You got 37 minutes left to confirm this breakout. And this breakout pattern, guys, pushes crude right back to a critical SR zone. I mean, that breakout pattern gives us a move right back into this previous support resistance zone. And if you start pushing above that, this market's not going to like that. And that's the one question. I mean, we've got all these ceasefire headlines. We got all these truce talks and the war is over, but USO, since the war started at the beginning of March, is still up 50%. WTI crude is still up like over 35%. So how can the war be over and oil still up, 35 to 40%, depending on what you look at? Doesn't make sense. Someone's lying. Someone's lying. Oil, WTI new high a day, baby. Rip it. SPY going for a new low. Semis haven't even broken down yet, guys. So this sell on the S&P can get massive today. We could be easily down 1% by the end of today if these semis sell. These semis haven't even budged yet, but they will. They will for sure. Crude oil is going to try to say, hey, semis, you can't stop. You can't hold up here forever. There's probably like so much short-dated speculation, including us on these SOXX, but they're going to have to come in, man. SPY still trading near the lows. Crude oil is still ripping, now up 3% on WTI, forcing the dollar up, forcing yields up, forcing the VIX up. VIX is now, look at this VIX, guys. Ooh, man. Here we go. Things are getting ugly. China's still ripping. Alibaba is a monster. I like it. I like it a lot, Alibaba. Microsoft still holding steady. It's your only mag that is currently green. Nvidia is still trying to hold off of the lows. Semis are still a beast up here. IWM still at the lows of the session, guys. That Russell chart, the Russell does look like it just had a failed breakout on the hourly, which you should see some follow through to the downside. Another day, JP Morgan still under some pressure off of their collar. Look at this IWM, guys. That's still coming in hard. I think it's leading the sell-off first. Still super stretched. It's coming in sharply, that Russell. Man, these semiconductors are fucked. How the hell are they keeping these things elevated? Markets are still trying to hold somewhat steady here. Intel still trying to flag. Nvidia is still trying to grind higher. Wow, man. Come on. What do we got? What do we think, guys? Are they going to push SPY below prior all-time high day, or are they going to hold it above? Oh, no. What happened? Let's do a poll. Semis are still holding resiliency here. Jeez, these things are monsters, man. Monsters. And you know what? They may keep us pinned here for quite a bit. Just the way semiconductors are pushing, they're still green on the sessions, so they may keep us pinned up here. They may not flush anything until maybe after lunch, but still leaning bearish on these indices. VIX is still crazy strong. I mean, go figure, the VIX is at the highs up 5%. Semis are still at their highs. Something doesn't make sense, guys. It really doesn't make much sense. But that's the price action in front of us. These semis don't care about anything but upside. So the markets are still holding steady here, guys. Crude oil seeing a little bit of top wick selling. Nvidia still trying. Nvidia is still stuck inside of its opening 15-minute candle, but well off of its lows. And it's stuck inside of its opening 5-minute candle, so it still remains an inside bar bearish price action for Nvidia, despite it's moved up to the high of its range. It's technically at a short zone right here, right now, Nvidia. If it clears that opening 5-minute high, then it's going to go for gap fill. But technically, Nvidia is a short off of this level. So 197.80 on Nvidia, guys, is a short here. We're going to see it here on this chart. You can see Nvidia is still stuck inside that opening gap down candle. That's still bearish, so it's a short up here. The only way you get stopped out is if it closes a 10-minute candle close above this 197.80. Interesting. All right, we'll see if semis want to start coming in at all. Big push up back on Microsoft. Yeah, SOXX is the most stubborn ETF I have seen in a while. Wild stuff, right? An example of why it's difficult to short things in still technically in an uptrend. That's the thing, right? All SOXX is overbought. The trend is ridiculously strong. IWM going for another new low of day, guys. Again, semis are diverging from pretty much everything so far. IWM just printed a new low. This market's gonna sell, guys. The IWM is the indication that we're gonna see more downside in the S&P, semis, everything. IWM getting liquidated here. New low there. And they're building a potential little bearish flag. So if you get the 7 and 20 crossover here on SPY, which is on the 10-minute here, often once those moving averages cross over, you'll get a little bit of a liquidity sweep and an attempt to get back above them. That's going to be another short opportunity. Crude oil, guys, still ripping. Crazy. Par now down 6%. Lots of time to get in on the short side, guys. Lots of time. We should still go lower. We should. Microsoft just back tested its pre-market low and opening range low. So very similar to what SPY did here. Microsoft is back testing. We'll see if it gets rejected, similar to what SPY did. If we look at Microsoft here, just getting rejected off its pre-market low. Hmm. IWM trying to bounce a little bit. Crude's still trying to push. Oh yeah, natural gas. Shit. That snuck up on me. Thank you for the reminder. What is it, up 0.8%? If I missed that trade, there's a little spike and rejection. Shit. Literally exactly what I wanted was a little pop, and now it's getting rejected. Oh my goodness. Gracious me. So natural gas inventories, what did they do here? Gotta refresh that. Where's the inventory? So consensus was 55 billion build. It came in greater than expectations, 59 billion. So that's pretty bearish fundamentally for natural gas, guys. That's a bigger than expected build. So the supply glut continues in natural gas. Supply glut. I was actually talking to a guy, one of my contacts in the energy space, actually one of my contacts from Trinidad, who lives close to Venezuela, literally right next to Venezuela in Trinidad. And basically, the Trinidad has now got full agreements in place to start producing. They just finished all the upgrades of their pipelines and industrial production to start pumping from the Dragon Field in 2027. And they're estimating 1 billion cubic feet a day they can pull from this Dragon Field, which is crazy amounts. Big supply for natural gas coming out of that Trinidad, Venezuela Dragon Field that's kind of bordered and shared between each two. So I do firmly think a lot of people are underestimating how much energy can come out of Venezuela once that production comes online. Natural gas will be first, crude oil will be a little bit slower, and the difference between Venezuela, why it won't impact oil as much, is because it's that heavy crude. The refining capacity is what's going to take long for the oil out of Venezuela, but the natural gas out of Venezuela and Trinidad are going to be pretty big supplies. All right, we are still seeing the markets trying to hold here. 699 building a bearish flag pattern. 7 and 20 bearish cross is approaching soon. Uh, Still technically sitting right at this short level. Right at that level, man. It's trying to bust through it. Here it goes. Is this going to be a liquidity sweep? This could be a liquidity sweep on these semis, guys. This is a shortable level. 5-10 minute candle close above this 197.80 on Nvidia and you'd get out. But looking like this might be a liquidity sweep. That's what I'm thinking at least. SOXX is still green on the session. Wild, man. They may honestly keep SOXX elevated for the majority of the day and then maybe only give it some sell side pressure later in the day, burn out a lot of those shorter dated puts. So just keep that in mind. Crude oil is still strong, VIX is still strong. Markets are still holding up quite well considering things. Your three indices are barely down. Qs are actually green. Wild stuff. USO still up 3%. A minute 50 left on this Nvidia 5-minute candle. It's trying to break. I think it's gonna be a fake, but that's just me. Oh, natural gas is trying to perk back up again. Interesting. Let me see what I can do on this trade front. Got nat gas right back up. Interesting. Maybe 279 is the short. Yeah, it's ridiculous. 12 days up. Ridiculous. Now, granted, price action is slowing down. The gains aren't as big as they were on day 1 to day 10, but it's still crazy to think that it's holding up 10, 12 days in a row. That might be a record. I'd have to look. Big push on Nvidia. Really big push. Excuse me. Ain't nobody making plan. I'm gonna take a short here on Nvidia. I think this is liquidity sweep. Looking at the 195 puts like we did yesterday. Trump informed. Honestly, I don't know. Why is crude oil still pushing here if there's a ceasefire coming in the hours? I know. The Trump headline, YS is putting Trump informed Lebanon's president that a ceasefire would be declared in the coming hours. The markets should be pumping. And a part of me thinks that the market kind of front ran this decision. But I'm not buying it. Crude oil should be down huge. Huge, man. All right, so there's that liquidity sweep on Nvidia, guys. Opening range high, 5-minute rejection, nasty. So semis. If Nvidia starts to retest the lows, we could sell here pretty sharply. SOXX is still holding positive price action. Quite remarkable, guys. Super crazy to see. Natural gas still getting rejected off of its little opening range high zone. Microsoft still holding above its prior day low. Yeah, it's just so weird. I honestly, I never really trusted the news, but lately I don't trust anything out of any media outlets anymore. Literally nothing. There, and you just got another threat that they're still threatening to sink other US fucking ships. All right, guys, this is the 7 and 20 bearish cross on SPY right about to happen. You usually get that pop through the moving averages. It is a shortable pop. It is a shortable pop. All right, bearish cross is about to happen. They usually like to pop it through it, rope in more liquidity, and then take it down. So a little bit of a quick scalping opportunity approaching once it pierces these moving averages. Nvidia is still trying to move higher here. Fucking semis are still powering, man. Fucking crazy, these things. They're wild, I tell you. I don't understand it. That's crazy. These SOXX, are they really going to try to break it out of an inverse? Oh my god, maybe it's going to go to 411. That's wild. That is wild. SOXX new all-time high. Crazy. Still softening a touch, just slightly. Big push on the IWM, SPY, NVIDIA, and semis, all starting to rip again. There's your little pierce coming in on those 7 and 20. We'll see if it gets slapped right back down. Pretty big pierce still happening. SOXX are breaking out again, squeezing now up 0.36%. There's your sweep, guys. They should try to slap price back down here. That's your 7 and 20 bearish cross on SPY. Let's see if they reject price here. IGB, Microsoft CRM all still pushing higher. Software still holding structure. Rocket Lab's now up 9.5%. Wow. Wild. And that SMR. Stocks are still squeezing. They're fucking wild, man. Nvidia clearing that opening range breakout, trying to push semis higher. AMD is still a powerhouse today. Wow. Ripping. Micron back to the green side. Nvidia pumping and jumping. Yeah, the president's definitely playing with the stock market for sure. Look at these Sammys, guys. SOXX is squeezing. Holy moly. Wild stuff. Video trying to go for that gap fill. Retesting pre-market low for SPY. Market still acting pretty resilient here, guys. Still squeezing the tape. Early price action. Still pumping here. What a crazy pump back up. Semis are ripping, leading the market higher. That is wild. Friggin' inverse. Crude oil to dollar still trying to hold steady. Your VIX is being compressed here a little bit, guys. Definitely some sell side. SPY back above pre-market low. Still underneath that opening range low, so there might be another short back down. Still creating potentially a little bit of a bearish inside bar flag pattern here. Let's look at the hourly. You can see the hourly 7 moving average was defended. Now twice you've hit that level. Big bounce on the Russell 2000, still showing positive structure. Back testing pre-market low. Semis are gunning for that pre-market high, guys. Pre-market high coming up. So if SPY loses pre-market low again, that'll be kind of two rejections that we've seen off of pre-market low and this opening range. Semis are still holding steady. Your US dollar, guys, is moving back to the highs. US dollar trying to move back to the highs. DXY still squeezing. US dollar. Can't stop these semis. If anyone has time, try to find if your SOXX ETF has been up 12 days in a row. And that's key, 12 consecutive days. I do know this has been the biggest rally since 2000, biggest 3-week rally since 2002, and actually it might have superseded it today. I'd have to double check that again, but I know it's been a huge, huge rally. Ain't nobody gonna hold me down. Whoa. Financials are still, this is the 12th day. But the question is, I don't know if it's ever done 12 or 13 days in a row before. I didn't do that dive into it. All right, markets are still holding. Yeah, I'm not too sure either. AMD is still a powerhouse. Nvidia is still charging. Intel gave a new high of day. Wow, AMD, Intel, Micron starting to come in again, just slightly. Broadcom seeing a little bit of selling, still strong. Nvidia is still powering higher. Crazy. Intel's just a monster. AMD's a monster. Wow. They are filthy stocks. Filthy. Still got lots of time, guys. Lots of time. Lots of time for the markets to rip or fall. Place your bets now. Place your bets. Man, this semiconductor chart is just fucked. Not sustainable. I mean, come on. Who the hell's buying up here? Seriously, who the hell is buying the 12th day in a row? I mean, what the hell? I don't get it. Sometimes I feel like these markets don't even require money. They just push it up, push it down whenever they want. There's an endless supply of money for these market makers. All right, your DXY going for a new high a day. Crude oil is still flagging on the 10-minute up 2.84%, but the market's not phased at all. Wild stuff, man. Short covering at a loss. Yeah, short covering. Short covering will kill you. That's for sure. You guys are covering your shorts and then they're gonna drop it. Wild stuff. SPY still seeing some rejection off this opening range low. Again, these semis are still skewing things like crazy. Intel still at the highs of the session, not even giving up anything. Nvidia going for its gap fill. That thing's a beast as well, right off of the lows. IWM still getting rejected off of its pre-market low. Yeah, Microsoft getting rejected off its pre-market low. Nvidia trying to go green. SOXX is almost at that pre-market high. Big bounce in your quantum names. JP Morgan's collar still getting squeezed for sure. Day after day, JP Morgan getting squeezed, losing immensely. They are losing. Yeah, so all I can tell is that there's probably a lot of people shorting these semis and probably doing it on margin. And I swear this market sniffs out that margin like no tomorrow. People taking on too big of a position outside of their risk management window, and market makers smell that. Nike still looking strong, Microsoft still green, IGV still holding. Financials are still struggling. China's still showing strength. Nvidia just turned green or filled its gap. Flat on the session now. SMCI made a nice bullish recovery. Your VIX is getting faded. UVXY at least, your VIX is still up here. Markets are still trying to power through that prior day low. Pre-market high incoming. Wild stuff, man. Wild stuff. Dollar still trying to push higher intraday. SPY just wants to hold 700. Look at these semis squeezing. Man, oh man, oh man. Google, Microsoft, Meta, green. Netflix, JP Morgan, green. Apple still down. Amazon down. Tesla struggling. Semis to the moon. Yep, ARM is squeezing. All these semis are squeezing. All of them. It's crazy. SOXX is coming into pre-market high. So look at the divergence. SOXX new all-time high. SPY hasn't taken out the high yet. So clearly the market won't go down without these semis seeing some selling, and they're just too strong. 12 days up. Maybe they want to close it. This might be the biggest 3-week rally, 3 consecutive week rally in semis we've seen. Nvidia is still seeing a little bit of rejection off of 199. It's still looking pretty decent intraday. Microsoft curling slightly lower. SPY trying to get through prior day low. Oh my goodness, man. I just don't want to take this market down. We're squeezing. Holy. Look at them. Fat squeeze, man. Softening up a little bit. SPY looking to go right back to the highs. SOXX is pushing through its pre-market high. Wild. Markets are still squeezing. These semis are ruthless. Just squeezing. Everything is catching a bid. The Russell 2000 trying to go back to the green side. SPY is in full beast mode. QQQ ripping. Qs are now leading the charge again at 0.29%, but really your semis are leading the charge. That's everything. That's crazy, man. Micron's green, Nvidia went green. All these semis that gap down are clawing back with force. Markets are still in full squeeze, beast mode. Wild price, man, wild price. Microsoft curling down, losing a little bit of momentum. Nike's still trying to push up. I'd love to see Nike hit that 20-day moving average at 47.82. Holy, semis are squeezy. SOX is up now almost 1% on the session, guys. Crazy. SPY looks like it's going to try to sweep its high. For sure it does. All right, so I think we're starting to see this SOX divided by IGV. Let me see here. Yeah, so the ratio is getting crazy again. SOX divided by IGV bouncing. So semis are eating up everything again. Everything. Microsoft getting heavier, starting to lose its prior day high. As the indices are pushing, Microsoft is getting liquidated, selling off here. So that could hit software a little bit. Semis are just eating everyone's lunch. Holy moly. That is crazy. Crazy squeeze, guys. Short squeeze and a half. Holy moly. These markets can stay pretty extraordinary for a long time. Crazy, remarkable price action, guys. Super squeeze. FOMO rally. Nvidia now at 0.33%, trying to attack that 200 level again. About 50 cents away. Yeah, this is a short squeeze. Look at this FOMO. Holy moly. It's the hourly chart negative divergence on your semis and SPY starting, but it's wild price action. Super strong. Crude oil softening up quite a bit. Markets are rejoicing. Big fucking squeeze. Holy moly. Dollar falling sharply. Crude oil coming back into pre-market high. Gnarly. A new all-time high for SPY. Big squeeze. Big short squeeze, man. That's all this is. This is a wild squeeze, guys. Hold on to your hats. It is wild. All right, so pre-market high on SPY, guys, not that far away. We're looking at 702. Let's see if this opening range high double top provides any sort of resistance. So far, markets are absolutely insanely crazy bullish, bouncing, creating higher highs, higher lows. So the trend is still intact. The only thing is that we're overbought. That is the only technical resistance, is that we're overbought. And oil's still up. Oil is back testing that pre-market high, bouncing slightly off of it. Nvidia is getting rejected off the 199 zone, slightly seeing some slight sell pressure. Big push back up on Microsoft. That's still your strongest mag on the session. Apple's still pretty weak, down 1.5%. Holy shit, imagine they try to take Apple green. They would rip this market higher. That's wild. Holy moly, look at that S&P, guys. Squeeze mode. Holy fuck, there's pre-market high, guys. Pre-market high. Just got tapped on SPY. Sheesh. Markets are still trying to squeeze. A little bit of top wick in your semis, but still super strong. Semis are still absolute beast mode. IWM is now joining the party, trying to get through its pre-market high, looking for another high of day. So small caps are starting to rip and squeeze. Your US dollar and oil are still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Big push on Microsoft. That's helping the S&P as well. IGV is still up 1.5%. Market is still trying to hold the majority of its gains here, guys. A little bit of a 10-minute topping tail forming on SOXX. Still showing resiliency here. Markets are still trying to hold these key levels. I mean, what a crazy pump. It's unhalted, guys. It is back open. It did have a small gap up intraday, so CAR was briefly halted there. Still squeezing up 10.5%. This stock is ridiculous, too. Crazy strong. Microsoft still squeezing. Look at SPY just mooning. Wild stuff, man. S&P still ripping. GME, what is that doing here? That's still trying to squeeze. Man, I want GME to squeeze. Come on, GME. Keep squeezing. KE. Look at this car too, guys. Look at this stock. Holy moly. Fucking crazy. Car. Car is wild. More wild than the semis. It's up 13%. That's a squeeze, man. Wow. IWM breaching its pre-market high, looking to sweep the highs. Market is ridiculously strong. Ferocious price action. Yeah, PAR is squeezing on the back of airlines canceling a whole bunch of flights, so people still needing to travel and demand it. And then they also figured that flights were going to be increasing, going up in price, so they were moving all into rental cars. But in reality, I mean, you still need to put gas in these rental cars, and gas is up, oil's up, so it's just a technical squeeze, honestly. There's no, the only fundamentals that airlines were canceling, but that's kind of almost supposed to be falling by the wayside if the war is ending. You figure all these airlines are going to resume flights in the Middle East, but I guess people don't want to be flying with missiles in the sky. Nvidia is still trying to chug along here. SPY still holding super strong structure. Volume trends on car up here are insane. Insane volume. Sammys are still trying to chug along here, powering through. Like there's potentially almost a blow off top building here on car. The volume is ridiculous today. Look at that one weekly candle. 1 week, it's up 42%. Wild stuff, eh? Wild. Crude oil still moving up higher. Pretty remarkable that these markets don't care that oil is still charging above 90 on WTI, above 126 on USO. Kind of lunacy price action up here. Wild. That's the thing. The markets can stay solvent, stay buoyant longer than you can stay solvent, right? If you're looking to shorts, make sure that you can withstand a little bit of a storm because this is a pure short squeeze. Pure squeeze. Still have such a massive ratio between puts to calls. Western Digital still coming down. AMD up 6.5%. That's wild. WTI, guys, is going for another push. Another push. New semiconductors, it's car. Maybe the market only tops when cars comes in. Oh, big spike on crude, guys. Big push there on the 10-minute candle on crude. Markets didn't like that. That was a brief little rejection there. But yeah, it seems that car is the new barometer, guys, so. All right, come on. Come on, SPY. Give up some gains here. Come on, semis. Give up some gains. You guys are crazy, man. Just don't want to pay these puts, eh? They don't want to pay the puts. Nvidia did see a pretty sharp sell there on the 5-minute. Still holding some positive structure. AMD's a monster. Intel's a monster still. This car is probably going to go negative, I would anticipate today. Wow, S&P is just a monster, man. What is going on? Still interesting. Banks are selling here, guys. They're not really participating in this rally. That's always a caution. Looking pretty choppy here, like a head and shoulders wants to trigger on XLF. So again, usually price action does follow these banks. But for now, tech is just eating everything. Look at these XLKs and semis. So, but it's very odd that banks aren't participating in this rally, guys. Very odd. Crude oil is still trying to push a little bit higher. Natural gas is also trying to push. Dollar somewhat getting faded here. Yeah, financials are fading, which makes me think the rest of the market's going to see some downside. Again, it's very rare that the market diverges from financials in such a big way. But yeah, XLF is getting faded, Bank of America getting faded, JP Morgan getting faded off the highs. So typically you see financials holding. They don't usually outperform. I mean, they did briefly, but usually when financials are diverging from SPY, SPY follows suit. It's a very strong correlated asset. But you just got so much tech liquidity and semiconductor liquidity keeping this market up. Come on, SPY. You know you're gonna go lower, man. You've fucking burned so much shorts. You've made me lose a couple trades, you snakes. Semis are still ruthless. Intel still at the highs. AMD still at the highs. IWM seeing a little bit of a fade below its opening range low, trying to lose it on the 10-minute chart. Crude oil just printed a new high of day, up 3.12%. This market's fucking crazy. It hasn't even reacted to crude oil. Like, what is this lunacy price action? Not even some of your transports are reacting. That's wild, man. I don't know. Don't get it. Semis are still trying to push. Microsoft trying to push. AMD is still fucking grinding. Holy man. AMD's a beast. That AMD chart is wild. You know, they might want to close this year. Another daily high. We'll see. IWM seeing still some pretty hard rejection. Crude oil is still grinding, guys. These markets have to react, guys. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but with crude oil ripping this much, like I'm shocked these markets have not sold off. It's coming though. You can't keep them up forever. SOXX is just a beast. Look at this AMD chart, guys. I mean, holy moly, AMD. That is wild. Yeah, banks are still coming in sharply, but tech is loving life. Big bounce again in the tape. Crude oil is still seeing a little bit of rejection. Markets, semis are still printing new highs. Oh my goodness gracious me. Crude oil dumping here. They're trying to give it a good old-fashioned algo pump. Was there more news off of that? Must be more news. The IWM just ripped. Crude oil is seeing rejection. SPY obviously pushing for new highs. SOX is ripping. Oh my goodness. Nick is shorting the Qs right here. Good luck. So 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. Eastern for the Iran Middle Eastern war. So that's probably one of the reasons why the market has been so strong. 10-day ceasefire, guys. Really not much new. I still think this could be a buy the rumor, sell the news. I mean, no wonder the markets have been so crazy strong with that ceasefire looming. You know, insiders have known about that. 10-day ceasefire, crude oil should go negative on that. But that should be a buy the rumor, sell the news. 10-day ceasefire. That's the headline from BB. Or ceasefire in Lebanon. That's what it is. Not even Iran. Intel going for another high of day. Man, So they keep pumping these ceasefire headlines now, guys, and I still think it's going to be a sell the news. These announcements are designed to crush the shorts, popping them at every turn. Semis are still holding. Yeah, they're trying. Apple's your weaker mag today. I'm personally not looking for it, but I mean they could. They could push it to the upside. It is trying to break a little bit. It's just these markets are so extended that as soon as you go long, they're gonna fucking snake you. It's a big Fugazi price action. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I still don't trust this rally. They can sell it pretty hard. Crude oil still going right back up. A little bit of a dip on the ceasefire, right back up. Like, come on. What's happening here? What is happening? Wild. So oil's not believing these headlines. The markets are believing these headlines for now. Man, I'm still sitting in these 699 spy puts, guys. Something's got to give. These markets are crazy, not rational. Oil's still ripping. I mean, they keep announcing these little intraday headlines to pop price, drop oil. It's algo buying, but I don't know. I'm not trusting this pump at all. I've lost a few short trades today, but I ain't trusting this fucking pump. Still sitting in 699 0 DTE SPY puts. Walmart expands access to weight management support services for customers exploring GLP-1s. Ah, Walmart getting into the GLP-1 space? Hmm, not doing too well there. How's Hims doing still? Yeah, that's been crazy. Oil, after it had that little bit of a dip on that ceasefire headline, mm, dip on the ceasefire, bought right back up. Kind of interesting. Intel, AMD are just squeezing the life out of everything. Holy moly. IWM is still seeing a little bit of selling, but holding on to its prior day high for now. Ugh. My goodness gracious me. Bitcoin almost making a bullish reversal. Too strong. Got to keep on moving. Intel still squeezing. AMD still squeezing. Semis are holding. AMD seeing a little bit of selling on your 15 minute. First 15-minute red candle starting to form on AMD for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 consecutive 15-minute green candles in a row, followed by that monster gap up. Seeing a minor touch of selling. Semis might come in now. AMD's, I think, one of the stronger semis today, so we'll see if that starts to come in a little bit harder. Nvidia starting to curl slightly lower as well. Semis are seeing some selling. I think the barometer of the market, guys, is truly this car stock. That's the barometer. Market's only going to go red if car goes red. No, it's still these semis. These semis are still the big spot to watch. Wild, man. All right, small selling hitting your SOXX potential hourly topping tail starting to form. Yeah, I'm still in SPY puts. Fuck, I'll hold these till I die. No. Um, no, I still think we're gonna get a market sell. There's no rationality to this. I mean, 12 days up, risk to reward. I mean, I would short this 10 times out of 10. If it pushes up tomorrow again, I'll short it. I'll just keep trading zeros until we get a move down because this move is wild. We're gonna have a massive pullback one of these days. It's gonna be like a huge pullback. It's just trying to time it, right? And if you can weather the storm and not blow up your account trying to get this fade, you'll eventually get paid. And it might happen today. I still think there's a strong chance we close red on the S&P. Would not surprise me. I'm still sitting in SPY 699 0 DTEs. My entry was 45 cents. I still got semi puts for tomorrow. Those have gotten wrecked. Man, those have gotten wrecked for now. For now. Yeah, QQQ. What time frame you looking at? Let me see here. What time frame? You looking on the daily? Daily, yeah. Yeah, it's trying. It's trying. We still got a lot of time though. So the candle hasn't closed. But yeah, I see what you're looking at. Markets are still trying to grind. Markets are still hanging in there. Wild. AMD pushing right back up. Semis still are unrelenting. Crazy. Alibaba up 5% almost. Wild. AMD, new high of day, new all-time high. Holy moly, it's ripping. Craziness. WTI crude still trying to grind higher. US dollar trying to bounce intraday. AMD can't stop it. Just a beast. 8 15-minute green candles in a row for AMD. Wild. Man, AMD has ripped from 192 to 277 so quickly. Wild. SPY still burning, shorts grinding higher. I'm gonna take a bit of a lunch break. Still gonna be on the mic here. Just gonna grab some food. So I'll be talking a little bit less. My stomach's starting to rumble. Markets are just unrelenting. Semiconductors are still leading this market higher. Markets won't fall until semis do. You are still seeing a little bit of selling in this car ticker. That's coming in. Financials are trying to catch a bit of a bid. Software is still strong. Very impressive price action. Market rally is going farther and longer than my expectations, and we'll see how long it lasts. Wow, man, that's crazy. 30W, let's take a peek. Yeah, big breakout candle there. Was there news? Yeah, big breakout. Squeezes everywhere. Squeezes everywhere. Par is almost going negative. CARR. I know. I would have expected GME to squeeze more. I mean, we're up nicely on the long position. The $28 calls are, yeah. Yeah, GME is still squeezing. I still thought it would be squeezing more than this. I mean, it's had a nice run. But you know what? The moves haven't been, I guess, that overdone. So it's got some momentum for sure. Hmm. Man, that S&P 500 is ridiculous. Yeah, I thought so too. I thought so too. Hassan, your Apple is starting to move here. AAPL starting to also gain some liquidity. Hopefully you took your position there because it's been moving. Hmm, very interesting. Man, these things are crazy. You're back. So we're seeing the dollar trying to pop again. IWM is losing its pre-market high. SPY trying to lose its pre-market high as well. Definitely a decent 10-minute candle down. Still holding positive structure, higher lows, higher highs on your S&P. We are seeing a little bit of weakness coming into your semiconductors, but still a remarkable rally they have had. Markets are still very, very overbought technically, but they can stay overbought for quite a long time. VIX is still green on the session, which is telling us that there's some downside protection being bought, but they haven't really sold their longs in the market yet. We'll see. They've burned out quite a bit of short-dated puts here, guys. They've probably forced a lot of people to cover. Those that are in margin pressure, margin calls. 130 is usually the cutoff for some of that margin call time frame where people start to have to cover, but a lot of people cover before then because they get spooked by the notifications. Right. Sell side pressure hitting the tape right now. Nvidia giving us a lower high. Harder sell side pressure hitting the tape, guys. SPY puts are waking up nicely, guys. SPY puts are waking up nicely. I repeat. Beautiful decline, guys. Beautiful decline. This is what we're talking about. We needed that. Big drop. Thank you very much. That was a good decline. We still could see more. We need more of that for sure. Still in my SPY 699s, guys. Come on. Come on, let's see more. We should have a little bit more follow through to the downside off that candle, guys. We should have it. We're losing opening range high again. Come on, flush us. Our 699 puts, guys, did spike there quite nicely. Um, if you took a trim, well done. Those are up quite sharply off of that dip. But I still think we could go down lower here. Dollar also spiked off of that. I don't know if there was news, guys. There might be a news coming here. Big bounce though. You can see how shorts cover right away. The dip buyers still coming back in. Fucking relentless buying, man. Look at that bounce. That's wild. That is crazy, these wicks, man. Polly saying Gulf European officials see us needing 6 months for Iran deal. Wow. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. That was a heavy sell candle, guys. That was very heavy. But the bounce is extraordinary still. Seeing relentless dip buying. YS also put in the same headline. Thank you for those headlines, guys. You guys are fast with your news feeds. I love it. Yeah, a union helping each other. I like that. Hmm, yeah, a union helping each other. I like that. Absolutely. It's interesting. We're still seeing a major amount of weakness in your what you call in your financials, guys. XLF still keeps trying to sell off a little bit more. Semis are just absolutely insane. That SMR, that thing got smoked today, right off the open. My God, Spy's relentless. Like, seriously? You cannot get some follow through to the downside? I gotta buy it up that quickly? Holy moly. We could only get some follow through. Crude oil is still trying to push higher. Markets are still seeing quite a bit of selling. Crude oil keeps on trending, guys. These markets should really go negative today. SPY at least. IWM back to the negative side. Crude oil still breaking out of a bull flag pattern. Your US dollars being forced higher. Yeah, man, they should. They were up over 100% on that dip, but I think we're going to retest that low and go lower on your S&P. Crude is just too strong. Crude oil now up 3.5%, spiking here. Still seeing a continuation breakout. Like they might want to flush it and retest this lows, likely going to take it out. I still think we could see some more sell side pressure. If we lose pre-market low again, guys, the market's probably going to try to target at least this prior all-time high. So we're still trying to hold higher lows, but if we take out this low wick here, we should melt lower here. Crude oil is still pumping. The Dixie's also joining the bullish party. Cabin saying big push could be coming here. I still think it's a downside push. One more. You still think you have one more? Buying 705 DT calls. Good luck. Good luck. I'm still in SPY puts, 699 zeros. They were up 100% on that dip. Didn't cover any. Looking for more downside, guys. Still squeezing, guys. Remarkably, the S&P is still holding steady. It's fucking these semiconductors, man. Holy moly. We're seeing quite a bit more selling hitting the tape. Come on, test pre-market low. Take it out. Take it out. Slow selling is hitting the tape. Crude oil dollar still pushing, guys. Does look like the markets want to drain a little bit more here. Nice push down. You know what's interesting is some of these semis have barely moved. AMD, Intel, Nvidia is back to the dark side. So world's largest company definitely starting to see some selling under the hood. Come on, if we take out that low that was made off that wick down, we should melt pretty quickly here. Usually when you get these consecutive sell programs, it's often followed by a big wide range red candle. So I'm hoping that we can get a nice wide range red bar candle. You almost had it on this wick, but it got bought up so quickly. So the slow selling kind of lures people in and then they just, so come on, let's lose this prior day low opening range, push it down a little bit more. Still giving us higher highs and higher lows in the trend, so it's still technically a tough uptrend intraday. Oh, still seeing resiliency in AMD, semis. We'll see. Good luck there. Still writing these 699 zeros, guys. Looking for the market to go red here. At least SPY. The IWM rolled over again. SPY almost red. QQQ still strongly up 0.4 in the session. Nvidia rolled over. Apple down 1.1. Google's flat. Microsoft still up 1.86 strong. Amazon's flat. Meta's up 0.3. Tesla's down 1. Semis are still your bright spot of the market. AMD still a beast. But Western Digital is giving it up. Micron showing a little bit of weakness intraday. Still green though. Taiwan Semi, ASML. Look at all these other semis, guys. They are starting to see a little bit of selling. Nvidia potentially gave us a lower high. It still has higher lows, but Nvidia potential lower high intraday. All right, nice. Here comes the potential wide range red bar. Our puts are nicely in the money now, up 15 cents a contract. We've been sitting on these for quite a long time, but I'm looking for more. Come on. Break is that prior day low. Give us a new lower low. Come on. You can do it. Nice push down in the tape, guys. Really good push. Pre-market low is your next area. If we lose that, we should continue to flush. And then we got that prior all-time high around 697.17. Nvidia is still seeing some heaviness. Let's push down, guys. Nice push down. Our puts are pushing here quite nicely. Come on. Give me more. It's crude oil still pushing up almost 4% now. This market should be negative. We're going down. This is crazy. Crude oil too strong. Dollar trying to break out as well for a high day. VIX is pushing. Pre-market low hanging on by a thread here. Seeing a little bit of selling as well.